Alright. Good morning, everyone. Hello, Joshi, Lou, Keiru, Azrael, Cloverfield, Audio Killers, Cat Cantaloupe, and Shutfur. Thank you guys for the good luck, which, as always, we will need. Also, good morning, Joker Brew, and hello, Siverus. Hope that everyone is doing well today. Hopefully for us, we will be able to get past early snow peak today, since that didn't happen yesterday. Also, thanks for the good luck, Schwanik. And hello, Andrew Jacobson. But, yeah. Also, thanks for the good luck as well, Joash. Woke up just in time. Excellent. Woke up just in time to watch me reset to the first 7 minutes of the run over and over again. Most likely. Maybe not, though. Maybe we will just get past the first 7 minutes on the first try. We can only hope. Also, thanks for the good luck, Sneaky. It would be very good if the Bokos were kind today. Usually I feel like the Bokos themselves are actually pretty good. At least, usually if they, like, aren't kind at all, it's when they actually get into the pen. Alright, third try. So thanks for the good luck, Sarah Ross Comics and Apes. I'd say that I am doing pretty well. Usually just a VOD watcher, but you're glad to catch one live. Well, yeah, I did start streaming on YouTube at the start of the year. So, the option to watch live on YouTube is now there. So thanks for the good luck, TGPU and Jellyaya. Also, yes, we did get a PB on Monday. we are now comparing against. So thanks for the good luck, Pickelsi and Z-Linky. Thanks for the good luck as well, Curtis. You have a good feeling about this stream. Excellent. I mean, I feel like I generally have good feelings about my stream in general, regardless of what happens in the runs. That was a little slow, but it's fine. Okay. Really? I went through them? Dang. Alright, not too bad. Also, thanks for the good luck, Maddie. What part am I trying to improve on from the new PB? I mean, there's like a lot of different spots that my PB could have been better. The major segment that I lost a lot of time on was the bow segment, where I lost like 50 seconds over my best, or something ridiculous. I also lost 30 seconds to my best on Temple of Time, pretty much due to just bad Armagoma RNG, which is kind of unfortunate. I don't like where this guy is going. But thankfully, the rest of the goats seemed fine, so... Neat. Oh, come on. I stopped mashing too early. So thanks for the good luck, Tiago Santana. So thank you very much, Juniper, for the 39 months of Tier 1. We are almost to the big 4 number, so thank you very much for the over 3 years of support. Glad you still enjoy the content. Thank you for the good luck. Thanks for the good luck as well, Orion. You started playing the GameCube version for your most recent replay after a lifetime of playing Wii, and it's been throwing you for a loop. Yeah, the mirroring can be hard to get used to. you're used to it being a specific orientation and then having to swap to the other one. I kind of had the same, or a similar experience at least, when I began learning to speedrun the GameCube version. Since casually I'd played the Wii version, but when I began learning to speedrun it, I wanted to speedrun the GameCube version. It took me, like, I don't remember exactly how long, maybe like a month or so before I, like, completely got used to the GameCube version. Thanks for the good luck, Carlos Raven. I forget what the rules for emulator on the Twilight Princess boards are. I know that for a very long time, emulator wasn't allowed on the boards. I forget if that's still the case, or if, like, you can use emulator up to a threshold. I know that the category extensions board allows emulator. I forget about the main board. So thanks for the good luck, FC. And thank you very much, Meanderous Shark, for the 6 months of Prime. Thank you very much for the half a year, and congrats on Green Badge. Ow. And thanks for the good luck, Meanderous Shark. Since this is Twilight Princess, we will definitely need it. I don't specifically have more elusive glitches videos planned now. I'm sure there's probably more elusive glitches videos that could be made, but I haven't felt the motivation to specifically make an elusive glitches video in a while. I haven't felt. Yeah, I haven't felt anything since I made my last Elusive Glitches video. Thanks for the GG Corrington Rousselet. My first game for the Skyward Sword Randomizer semifinals will actually be happening tomorrow. In about 26 and a half hours. So, tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Also, thanks for the raid and the good luck, Fateful Fairy. Thanks for the good luck as well, Peichi and Honuakua. Surprisingly, we did not have any Howards earlier, which was kind of nice. As far as the second and potentially third games of the Skyward Sword randomizer match, those will probably happen on Sunday and Monday at some time. At least my opponent, KitKat, wants to do all of the games on separate days. Thanks for the good luck, Douglas. Howard is the name that we give any goat who does not cooperate during goat herding. Pretty much. Is this live? No. I just knew exactly what everyone was going to say in advance, so... It's actually pre-recorded. Also, thanks for the good luck for Link. Oh yes, Midna also occasionally sounds like she says Howard, but that's a separate thing from the goats. And actually has no relation to the goats whatsoever, ironically. Thanks for the good luck, Emo Gills. And a good day, haha. Welcome to today's attempts. Midna's summoning them. Well, if she is summoning them, she's summoning them at the wrong time. Since, by the time Midna says Howard in a run, we've already finished doing the goat herding. So thanks for the good luck, Rhapsody. Still waiting for the early Volcano Summit video. I mean, I don't think an early Volcano Summit video would be, like, particularly interesting. It'd also only really be helpful for Wii Skyward Sword and not for HD, at least currently. And even then, it would only be helpful for, I think, all dungeons, and, like, not even No Back in Time. I think No Back in Time wouldn't really benefit from it. Fortunately, no blue rupees to potentially work with. Honestly, kind of surprised the monkey didn't get scared there. But we'll take it. You missed the part where Link gets deformed into a weird jumbo mess. Yeah, you only really get that in GameCube and Wii speedruns at the moment. HD would have a few of those if we had early Master Sword. Come on. But unfortunately, we do not have early Master Sword. Only Link bought shares in Malomart Incorporated during monkey downtime. He wouldn't need his blue rupee. I suppose that is true. I guess early Master Sword on TPHD could make a decent elusive glitches video. I guess early Master Sword is technically possible already, but... just not in a way that's useful for speedruns. Aside from low percent. So thanks for the good luck blues. I don't think I'd go for this. I guess it probably would have been faster by like a second or two to go for it, but there was no guarantee of that. So thanks for the good luck, little punk. I think some speedrunners are glitch hunting for early Master Sword on HD. I mean, I kind of doubt anyone's tried to look into it aside from me recently, but... like, last year I figured out how to get Human Link to the Sacred Grove without the need for a pickup slide, which is a step towards EMS as Human Link. It's not actually getting there fully, because we still can't get through the first room of Sacred Grove. So thanks for the good luck, Kimi and Bocage. Do I think any spiritually empowered individuals are trying to manifest the discovery of early Master Sword on HD? Nice. Not that I am aware of. So that's a dumb mistake to make. I mean, I don't know if there's even a way to void out in the first room of Sacred Grove as human. Like, as far as I'm aware, there's no way to clip out of bounds in general there, aside from doing a pickup slide, which takes a while. Takes like 90 minutes or something. How long will I devote to running this game before working on a different one? For however long it takes to get the runs that I want. Well, yeah, so for Human and Sacred Grove early, the only problem is the first room. Everything past the first room we know that we can do as Human Link. Like, we can skip the Skull Kid fight and doing the statue puzzle with just some out-of-bounds long jump attacks. So that part is already solved. It's just the first room that is an issue. You don't have to bring up Midna to clip through the bridge, but bringing up Midna resets the, like, bridge timers so that they can change a second or third time on the same wind cycle. So, good Ook RNG. Okay, 6 hops is not too bad. We're still losing time, though, because I accidentally fell in the water. Unfortunate. Oh well. Or at least we didn't get 18 hops like yesterday. That was, pretty silly when that happened. And pretty good roll. There is no maximum number of hops that can happen. The game essentially just keeps rolling RNG until the RNG decides that Ook stops hopping. I don't remember what the exact RNG roll is for, like, deciding if Ook continues hopping or not. I mean, yeah, theoretically, Ook could just continue hopping forever if he wants to. But that isn't something that's ever going to practically happen. But thanks for the good luck, Makuya. Like, the average number of hops that we usually get is probably like 8 or something. Like 2 sets of 4. Oh my goodness. Okay. Failed to go into first person. We got introduced to an unexpected genre of game the other day called Roguevania. I assume the idea is roguelike Metroidvania? Or is it something else?
Any power? Want me? Oh, resume could be really big. Howard.
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 Howard. Midna really likes the Howards today, apparently. Also, thanks for the best of luck forged quietly. Don't hit me! Okay. I got away from the Bokoblin quickly enough. Good morning, Moogle Knight. Ah, yes, the long jump attack there was to avoid the postman. We hug the wall there because that's how we get around touching the trigger for the postman cutscene. Since the trigger is like a circle area, so we need to go like around the circle to be able to skip it. Will I do some rando run in the nearish future? Yes, we will have a randomizer race tomorrow. as Game 1 of the Skyward Sword Randomizer semifinals against KitKat at 5 p.m. US Eastern Time. No, darn it. Oh, well. That was slow. I don't know if the race tomorrow has a guaranteed restream or not. How am I feeling on this run? This run's okay, I guess. Obviously, we're not ahead, but if the rest of this segment goes well, it'll be about a 47-minute Elden Vessel time, which isn't that bad. Generally okay start. No, come back this way. If there's no restream, then yes, I will have like mic and face cam on my own stream. But if there is a restream, I always recommend watching the restream because it gives a better whole picture of what's happening, since it has both of the racers next to each other with other people doing commentary. What's the hardest trick in the run? I would say it's either early Snow Peak or Pogate Skip in Arbiter's Grounds. I guess for me at this point, Pogate Skip probably feels harder than early Snow Peak, but they're both like the two most difficult tricks. So, good evening, Lysair. Thank you for the good luck. Not in the mood to get in front of the cam today. That's fair. I remember when I, like, first started streaming, the thought of, like, being on microphone or camera, was, like, kinda spooky, but nowadays it's, like, if I don't stream, it's not because, like, I don't want to get in front of a camera, it's usually because, like, I'm too tired, or something else came up that I had to attend to. Well, Boko pushing is also, like, fairly difficult. At least, like, to learn, but I feel like I'm generally pretty consistent with the Boko pushing, even though it is difficult, whereas I do not have the same level of consistency with early Snow Peak or Pogate skip that I do with the Bokoblins. And Gate Clip is, at the beginning of the run, isn't, like, that difficult to execute. It's kind of just, like, random whether or not you get it quickly. If you set it up correctly. But setting it up correctly is not, something that's, like, particularly difficult. You just have to know what all the steps are, and then execute those steps. Also, thanks for the good luck, Nintendo. Oh, still sub 47 Elden Vessel, surprisingly. Neat. Yeah, I mean, the gate clips aren't technically luck, but, like, as in just, like, they're not determined by a random number generator, but for practical purposes, they may as well be. Like, there wouldn't be any difference, if they were really, I don't think. do a back hop there. So thanks for the good luck, Asher. What's my favorite starter Pokemon, and why is it Cyndaquil? Cyndaquil's pretty good, but I don't know if I would say it's my favorite starter. Sorry. We're talking about, like, main series game starters. I think just because of nostalgia, since it was the first one I ever picked, I would say my favorite is probably Torchic, as I played Gen 3 as my first Pokemon game, and chose Torchic. If Mystery Dungeon is also included, though, it's definitely Riolu. Oh. So thanks for the good luck, Cowcat. We did also get past the bomb shop skip, yeah. Took a little while to line it up, but, like, I'll take lining it up for a couple extra seconds over completely failing it. So yeah, I imagine if you, like, polled all Pokemon fans on what their preferred starter is, Charmander would probably win. But that's just the vibe that I get. Obviously don't know that for a fact. I do remember playing, I think 2 of the 3 Pokemon Ranger games. I don't think I ever played the original, but I remember playing the other 2. I remember thinking that Shadows of Almia, I think is what it was called, was, like, pretty good. But then the one after that, Guardian Signs, I felt like, at least playing it at the time, it felt kind of underwhelming. Because I played it through once and I was like, okay, and then I'd never played it again. I always had a thing for water Pokemon, but after Gen 3 you stopped playing Pokemon altogether. I mean, that's fair. I never really played Pokemon after Gen 4. I guess I did play, like, a decent portion of Black and White. But definitely significantly less than I had played of Gen 4 in the previous gens. At the time that Black and White was released. Or released. Everyone is swearing by Diamond. I mean, I think if you were to play Gen 4, Platinum would be the way to go. I don't think there's any reason to play. Yeah, I should have known that was gonna happen. I don't think there's any reason to play the original Diamond and Pearl over Platinum. At least from what I remember. So thanks for the good luck, Zopiad. Oh yeah, I also think Heart Gold and Soul Silver are the best Gen 4 games, but those are not set in the Gen 4 area. Like, if you want to experience Sinnoh, like, you would want to play Platinum. But if you want to experience Johto, then I would definitely recommend Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Howard. Another Howard. Yeah, unsurprisingly, we lost some time here. But that's fine. You blame Howard? I don't think Howard is the reason we lost time. But I guess we can still blame Howard all the same. Hello. Also, thanks for the good luck, Becca Joys. It's a weird camera. So I think a while ago I set like certain limitations on how much the like waste points and Howard buttons could be used. I don't remember what exactly those limitations are though. Thought I held the A button, but I guess I must have held it too late. Heiko Mantis. Demon King. Secret Stone? My real name is not Jim, no. Though there was a joke for a while that my real name was Jimothy Naster. Which would have been funny if that was actually true, but... that gymnast was just short for Jimothy Naster, because obviously, you know, that would make a lot of sense. Guess that was an okay Linearu Twilight. So, hello, Citron. Thank you very much, Azrael, for the 9 months of Tier 1. Thank you for the continued support. Glad you enjoy the runs where we sometimes go fast. So, good day, Fubuki-ni. So, good evening, Bee Tyrant. Welcome home from work, and welcome to the Speedruns. Or hopefully we have a good King Bulblin 2 skip. Okay, let's... Really? I'm honestly surprised that didn't work. Well, that sucks. There we go. Don't know why that didn't work that previous attempt. Oh well. Thanks for the good luck, Spaces 90. So unfortunately we're losing like 20 seconds here, which is not great. Also, thanks for the good luck, Idrisil. Well, maybe Bo will be nice to us today. We can hope. I mean, I definitely enjoy the bow, the item, more than Orden Mayor bow. Both. No, I think I just prefer the item more. Is there anywhere I can save a lot of time to PB, or is it tiny bits all around? I can save time over my PB on the bow segment, on the Snow Peak Ruins segment, on the Temple of Time segment, and on the Spinner segment, with other smaller time saves sprinkled throughout, like 15 seconds here on the Iron Boots split, if we get good RNG. Pancakes or waffles? I would say it depends on what kind of mood I'm in. Right now, waffles sound better, but sometimes pancakes sound better. So thanks for the good luck, Mad Monk Magic. And thanks for the good luck as well, Totson and Leanne. Thank you very much, Mad Monk Magic, for the 5 Tier 1 gift subs to the community. This is very nice of you, unlike Mayor Bo right here, who is not being very nice. I do very much appreciate it. Unlike Mayor Bo, who I am not appreciative of. Thank you very much. You are very generous. Is Bo gonna be generous this time? Oh, well. Bo was generous on the second cycle. But I guess we couldn't have that on the first one. Well, this kind of sucks. Guess technically we can still continue, though. Yeah, Mayor Bo would also never gift a sub in chat. That's true. Cake or donut? I would probably go with donut. Can I speak the language of the sumo announcer? I don't think so, because I don't know what language the sumo announcer is speaking, if any. I kind of feel like it's just supposed to be gibberish. Wow, thank you, Mad Monk. Glad you enjoy the streams. And giving out gift subs. pizza versus steak? I mean, pizza has a lot more possibilities than steak does, so I would probably choose pizza. Kind of surprised that worked, but we'll take it. So, hello, KFC manager. This run's kind of at the moment. I probably would have reset at Iron Boots if I was like a minute and 10 seconds behind, but I'll keep going with this one for the time being. So thanks for the good luck soup. Kind of good I delayed rolling there, otherwise I would have gotten stopped by the chew. I did not want to do a second slash there, actually. Alright, Moogle, hope that work goes well. Thanks for stopping by. So thanks for the good luck Danny music. Yeah, it is pretty neat that, at least on GameCube and Wii, skipping Zora armor is, like, possible to do. Very neat that a glitch exists that allows you to refill your air underwater. Alright, pretty good segment, all things considered here. So the glitch we did to clip into, like, past the rock to get to the Deku Toad room is called a look-through clip, and basically in very specific situations we can look through a wall to clip through it. Unfortunately, it doesn't have a whole lot of uses, just because of the specific requirements to make it work. Because you need to have essentially like a double-sided wall of some kind next to a ledge, so that you can look through the wall without it pushing you away, because the game doesn't want to push you off ledges when you're in first person. And that's another one that we did right there. And that's the last one in the run. So thanks for the good luck, Rena Steiner. Oh, the air refill glitch. Basically, if you can pull out a water bomb while Link is swimming, the game gives you the prompt to throw the water bomb, even though you're swimming underwater. And so if you throw the water bomb while underwater in the swimming animation... nice. Thank you, Eyeball. The game actually puts Link into a grounded throwing animation for a frame, and that animation kind of assumes that Link is not underwater. So it refills his air meter because the game's like, oh, well, you were not underwater for a frame. So you get all of your air back. So as long as you can continue doing that to refill your air meter, you can stay underwater as long as you want without the Zora armor. Oh, darn it, really? Okay, well, that's my fault. Try that again. Well, unfortunately, you're losing time here. We also did not get a fast this part of the cutscene. Does the water drain out of the temple if it's underwater? That's a great question. At which point the Nintendo devs say, you ask too many questions. And they send the Nintendo ninjas after you. It then drinks all the water, and then her tummy hurts, which is why she's slumped over now. Oh, I see. I mean, that's fair. If I drank that much water, my stomach would also probably not be very happy. So, this makes sense. So thanks for the good luck, Strider Jiren and Vedenjakaja. Surprised that bought. Also, hello, Gilu chat. Come on. You get from helping that gold guy anyways. At least in HD, you get a lantern that helps you find more Poe souls at 20 Poes, and at 60 Poes you get a bottle with Great Fairy's Tears. Which, when you drink, makes you more powerful for, like, 20 seconds, I think? Some short amount of time. Yay, Link didn't decide to slip on the bridge this time. On your suggested channels, Twitch has follow over my stream as though you're not following, but doesn't for anyone else. I mean, that might just be, like, a thing for the channel that you're currently watching, regardless of if you're following or not, maybe? I don't know. The Twitch website functions perfectly, as we all know, so it's definitely not a mistake. That's the section of the run I enjoy the most. Snow Peak Ruins, I would say. Twitch doesn't think I have a bio. Nice. I mean, I imagine that's probably just, like, if it wasn't able to get the, like, text that I have set in my bio fast enough, it just shows that. So thank you very much, The Game Whisperer, for the 2 months of Prime. Thank you for the continued support. One should write that as their actual bio. That would be pretty funny, yeah. We got up to 150 rupees, which is nice. We eventually need to get up to 300 rupees to fix the City in the Sky cannon. Oh, there goes that puppet. Just falling out of bounds for the fun of it. If I were to be friends with a character from this game, who would it be? Yeah, probably Yeto or Yetta. Seem like they would be fun to hang out with. then I would finally be able to look into the eyes of Yeto and see true beauty. And my life would be complete. Also, thanks for the good luck, Max. Answered that a bit too fast. I mean, that was one of the possibilities in the question. That, Cowcat put in their, YouTube message. It's true. You could get free soup from Yeto if you were his friend. So thanks for the good luck, Harune. I hope that the D&D was fun. Oh, thanks, Modonk. Glad you enjoy the speedrunning of the sometimes quick variety. The existence of Gymnast 86 presupposes the existence of 85 other gymnasts who didn't succeed at speedrunning. Can I confirm or deny this? Do not look in my closet. You will not find 85 other gymnasts there. Definitely not. Darn it. I was trying to not collect the blue rupee, but sure. Alright, let's see if Stupid Trick wants to behave today. Further back. There we go. Really? Okay, that I'm actually surprised by. Guess he was further away than I thought he was. Well, unfortunately, that lost us, like, too much time. So, going to be a reset. Take a short break before starting the next attempt. But yeah, that first time, I'm surprised that I accidentally went too far forward and, like, hit the loading zone accidentally. The D&D was great. Your character assassinated a corrupt noble, which was fun. Ah, excellent. Does sound like a fun part of a D&D campaign. Am I ever super disappointed when I have to reset? I wasn't particularly disappointed then, because, like, that run was already kind of so I don't feel particularly bad about losing it. Like, if I had a really good run that then I lost, like, 3 minutes on early Snow Peak 2, then I would probably feel not as good about it, or, like, even worse about it, but that run specifically was kind of whatever at that point. Am I gonna read YouTube chat today? No. What other games do I play outside of speedrunning? Not a whole lot, like, over, like, the past few weeks. The last game that I played casually was the Talos Principle Reawakened, which was fun. I'd also played the original Talos Principle, like, 2 years ago. But I'd never played the DLC, so I got Reawakened and then was able to go through the DLC, which was fun. And last year, I played Okami HD, having never played Okami before. That was also fun. And also, Blueprints was definitely my personal game of the year last year, as one of the other casual games I played. So I think it was pretty much those three were, like, the new games that I played last year, or games that I had not played before that I played last year. As far as, like, games that I at least somewhat consistently play, that aren't, like, just single-player games, I'll occasionally play Valorant with people, but I haven't been able to play Valorant for, like, 2 or 3 months because it just doesn't work on my computer for some reason. It's not happy with something of my computer setup, so can't play Valorant until whatever that is gets fixed. I also do participate in archipelagos with friends, which is always fun. The last archipelago I played, I did play Twilight Princess GameCube, and it was my first archipelago playing Twilight Princess, since the new displacement clip stuff was found. And I was like, ooh, I'm gonna have a lot of fun doing the displacement clip stuff. for this archipelago where it's applicable. And then, of course, the archipelago goes on for like 5.5 hours, right? I finished the archipelago at around like 5 hours and 25 minutes, but I didn't get to do any displacement clips because I didn't get a sword until over 5 hours in. I got my first sword at like 5:05 and then was in go mode at 5:13. I was like, well, at least it was interesting having to do most of the game without a sword. You didn't pick me up for an FPS kind of person? I mean, I wouldn't say that I'm, like, much of an FPS person. Like, the only reason I started playing Valorant is because my friends played it, and I wanted to join. Not because I thought that I would necessarily have fun playing Valorant alone, right? That's also why I started playing Overwatch back in, like, 2016, but Overwatch I haven't played for a very long time. I definitely thought that Overwatch was more fun than Valorant, though. An archipelago is a multi-game randomizer, where essentially, like, you and your friends can get together and play one big randomizer together with different games. So, I was playing Twilight Princess, another person was playing Skyward Sword, another person was playing Toontown, and the last person in our group was playing Lingo 2. And we were all finding items for each other. What agents do I play? In Valorant, pretty much the only agent I play as is Sova. If someone else picks Sova, then, well, I guess I play Sage. Do I do any cosplay? I do not do any cosplay, no. That's true. I did see that they just removed the 2 from Overwatch, which I thought was kind of funny. Also, thanks for the good luck dirt nacho. I don't play any MMOs, no. Thought I was cosplaying a GDQ attendee right now. I mean, I don't think that would be accurate because I don't have a badge on. But yeah, I mean, if I had a badge on, you could say that I was cosplaying a GDQ attendee. Oh, okay. Oh, darn it. That was a fairly quick break, but then I screwed up and let this guy get to the other side of me. So that wasn't great. Is this guy further away than usual? Okay. True, I could be cosplaying as popular speedrunner Jimothy Naster. Have I ever played Smash Bros? And if so, who did I play a lot of? I played a lot of Brawl when I was in middle school. I didn't really have a main, though. I kind of just played whoever and felt like the game was, at least to me, more interesting if I, like, was switching up who I was playing every round. Also, that goat definitely did not go in the right direction. No! My guy, why are you... I'm confused about that goat's sensitivity. And, like, on the rare occasion that, I play Smash Bros. These days, I also pretty much change up who I play every round. Although, I definitely think the funniest character to play as is the Wii Fit Trainer. So I always have a fun time playing Wii Fit Trainer in modern Smash games. So thanks for the good luck Felsga trade. Alright, second try. Also, thanks for the good luck, Nullis. So thanks for the best of luck, Hey, I'm Waffle. This game is very good. Hope you enjoy replaying it. Yeah, I reset the last run because I didn't get a good enough time on the goats. I'm, like, pretty critical of how much time I lose throughout the first 7 minutes of the run. Like, if I'm anything more than, like, 15 seconds behind at the end of goats, I will always reset. For, like, my current run standards. How do we get the sword if we skip Orden? Well, we never get the wooden sword in this run. But we do get the Orden sword because we go back for it and get it like when you're supposed to after you return from the Hyrule Castle with Midna. Oh, nice Nihilus. Yeah, I heard about the Ditto badge that you can get if you, it gets, like, gift a sub in the chat of someone who's playing Pokopia. Really? Okay, well, this is kind of slow. Can you stop swinging, please? They don't attack when we're pushing them because essentially they think that Link is too close to attack and that he's out of range. Which obviously is not exactly true, but that's why they don't attack while we're pushing them. Like, the moment we stop pushing them, they usually immediately attack, like that. Not the best Bokos, but we can continue with it. Have I seen the new Pokemon starters? I did see the Gen 10 reveal. I don't know which of those starters I would pick if I was actually going to play Gen 10, because more likely than not, I'm not going to play Gen 10, so I haven't given it any thought about which one I would pick. I don't think I would pick the grass one. I think it was called Grout. I would probably choose either the water or fire starter. I guess we'll continue with this. It's not the best, but it'll work. Thanks for the good luck, Pikachu 420. Glad you enjoyed the SSR run. Well, so the thing that's RNG about the goats is how sensitive the like, each individual goat is. Because they all start in the same position and, like, the same facing direction every single time, but how they react to Link, like, how far away Link has to be to get them to react, and I think how strongly they react are both things that are random each time, so that's why it's hard to do the goats consistently. Hey, we actually got Box Breaker. The lowest task time for goats is 13? It's either a high 13 or a high 12. I forget exactly which. But the interesting thing about, like, tassing goats is that you're not necessarily shooting for what the lowest, like, raw time on the timer is, because in a task setting, usually you're doing goats as part of a full run, and depending on how the goats enter, like, the barn, the game can actually take longer to do the fade-out after you finish goats, because the game waits for all the goats to be completely in the barn before it begins doing the fade-out afterwards. So, like, usually you want the goats to go in at, like, a more even spacing, instead of just all, like, going in all at once at the end as fast as possible, because then they'll bunch up and slow down. So, usually, like, the goat's time in a task on the timer looks like it's, like, a few frames slower than what the optimal time on the timer would be, but that's usually because that's how you get the fastest fade-out after the goats finish. So thanks for the good luck music boxes. Will there be a day when I try to practice speedrunning Mario 64? If there is, it's not any time in the near future. Nice. Come on. That was a weird angle. I don't know how we got that angle. Really? Surprised that hit me all the way down. I thought that was gonna stay on the ledge. Also, thanks for the good luck, Frosty Pixels. No, there's no back in time in this run because back in time is not possible to perform on the HD version, since it was patched. I mean, the game developers also didn't really have to do anything to patch back in time, because the Wii U just doesn't have, like, a game reset option for every game, like the GameCube and Wii do. But they did still, like, explicitly try to patch back in time anyway. Yeah, the wind only blows the bridges during the Midna's Desperate Hour sequence. Back in Time is a glitch that's possible in a number of different Zelda games, where if you reset the game while the game is attempting to, like, reload Link into an area, you can actually instead get the game to reload Link onto the title screen. Also, really? Why did that fail? Game, can we get up here? Thanks, stupid ledge. But basically, it allows you to control Link while on the title screen.
And Howard.
Nice double Howard. And being able to control Link on the title screen can have some useful effects depending on what game it is. In Wind Waker, it's pretty much useless. In Twilight Princess, you can save the title screen file as its own file, and then start the run with that file instead, which has a bunch of useful properties, like already having a sword and shield, and also having tamed Epona already, which makes getting the Iron Boots much faster. And then in Skyward Sword, you can do quite a lot with it, because you can select files while you have control of Link, which, like, actively changes which data is currently being interpreted by the game, which allows you to do some very wacky things. Also, yeesh, we're gonna be, like, really far behind on Interferon. And yeah, back in time tricks are also used in Skyward Sword Rando. Midna has said Howard a lot. Also, yeah, plus 16 is... ugh. Unfortunate, but we'll see where we are at Gale Boomerang. Also, thanks for the good luck, Cow the Wow. How long have I been speedrunning Twilight Princess for? I guess, like, this current iteration of me speedrunning Twilight Princess started about 2 years ago. I've alternated categories a bunch, and also done speedruns of the GameCube version in that time as well. Before that, the last time I did speedruns of Twilight Princess was in 2020, for the any percent in all dungeons categories. I first learned GameCube Twilight Princess in 2014, so that was 12 years ago, but I obviously have not been just consistently speedrunning Twilight Princess for 12 years, because I tend to shift around what I speedrun from the 3D Zelda games, but I've been on Twilight Princess for a pretty long time. But that's because new stuff keeps being found. Well, so my any percent PB on GameCube is a 259, which is not particularly great by like modern Twilight Princess GameCube standards, but that was also from 2020. I would definitely, I think, be able to get like sub 250 if I were to do GameCube any percent again. So thanks for the good luck, Z-Revo. My GameCube All Dungeons time is more, like, much more up-to-date because I did runs of that last year. And my GameCube All Dungeons time is a 3:29. I'm sure I will go back to GameCube at some point, but I don't know when that will be. Do all speedrunners in the category follow the same route and tricks? I mean, generally, it kind of depends on the game, but... like, for Twilight Princess, there's a bunch of different routes that you can do, depending on, like, if you don't want to do certain tricks. But for the most part, everybody at least tends to follow the optimal route. People might not necessarily do all the strats the exact same way. Like, some people might have different cues for how to time different tricks. Like, generally, everyone will do mostly the same tricks and strategies. Nice. There should be an RNG challenge where if you get 10 Howards, you have to restart completely. Something tells me I don't think I want to do this. Since I would rather not potentially have to randomly reset a run. If possible. Also, yes, it is monkey time. Hopefully fast monkey time. Oh, blue rupee. Okay. Looking good so far. Alright. Very nice monkey push. And we got rid of the blue rupee text. Nice. Definitely wanted to roll that way. Is it hard to manip battles in Twilight Princess, or are most battles consistent enough to not be worrying each time? I mean, a good number of fights do just have RNG to them, right? Like, Ook, Puppet Zelda, Armagoma are all fights that usually you will lose some amount of time to RNG on. But, like, some fights are generally pretty consistent. Like, Diababa's pretty consistent. Fyrus is pretty consistent. Orpheal generally is pretty consistent, but sometimes you can get trolled. But I would say that there are definitely, like, certain fights that sometimes you just are worried about losing time in. Stallard also has some RNG with where the Style Troopers pop up that you have to adapt to if you want to be able to do the fight well. But sometimes, like, even if you try to adapt to it well, there's just not really anything you can do. You just get bounced back and have to try again. Oh, come on. Seriously? It's too far right. Man. Well, this sucks. Well, unfortunately, because they're already pretty far behind at this point, I'm just going to reset that. Which is unfortunate, because I really should not have missed that throw. But... oh well. Alright, very nice. So thanks for the good luck, Chris Winnix. The Epona gate clip precise. I would say it is, like, technically precise, but it's not, there's nothing precise about setting it up, at least timing-wise. Like, we are trying to get Epona to a fairly precise position, but, like, it's not hard to do if you just know what all the steps are and know what to look for. Yes, you do get 3 item slots in this game instead of only 2, like the GameCube version. Which is very convenient. Now granted, you don't have to pause to equip items in this game, so like, even if we still only had 2 slots, in theory it shouldn't lose time, but it is convenient to not have to worry about equipping items as much, right? Alright, very good vocals. So, hello, Bram. Thanks for the good luck as well, Linkont and Auburn Phoenix. The runs so far today are kinda eh. But maybe we can change that with this one. One does have good bokoblins, maybe it can also have good goats. Excuse me? How did that guy go all the way over there? Man, this could have been a good goats. Actually, I guess I screwed up this guy also, but... That is unfortunate. A real Howard, that goat was. Little too slow on that one. Hello, hello, Link Dude. I would say that I am doing well, yes. Yeah, that gate clip last time was definitely first try. That's why I reset over it, because I don't like getting things first try. Makes things too easy. Alright, second try. We're back. How did the run die? Which one? Depends on which run you last saw. When I at least got Zora? Oh, that one died at early Snow Peak, unfortunately. So thanks for the good luck GMO pasta. What category do I think is the most fun or interesting to run? For TPHD, I don't know if I have a favorite category. Because, like, any percent in all dungeons are pretty similar that I feel kind of the same about each of them. And 100% is cool in its own way. As far as, like, any category that I've ever run, my favorite is Ocarina of Time 3D 100%. Because you get to do a lot of very cool stuff in that category. Yeah, sequence breaking is always cool, because it's interesting to see how the game, like, handles being sequence broken. Most of the time in Zelda games, the game actually tends to handle being sequence broken, like, completely fine, right? Like, doing early Master Sword is... Like, the game mostly is perfectly fine if you do early Master Sword in the original Twilight Princess. With the one exception really being, like, the Sumo Hall in Goron Mines. At least that I can immediately think of. But even in speedruns, you can get through that perfectly fine still. But, like, sometimes the game, for whatever reason or another, doesn't respond well to sequence breaking. Like, a lot of sequence breaking in Wind Waker doesn't end up working out because of the game voluntarily crashing if the animation set is wrong. So that kind of limits what we can do for Wind Waker, but we can still do things like barrier skip just fine. I have played Twilight Princess on Wii, yes. That was how I played the game casually. And was actually my first Zelda game, but I have not played the Wii version in a very long time. So if you specifically, like, get the Master Sword early, then the Sumo Hall is in a state that does not allow you to enter Goron Mines unless you've already, like, cleared the sumo wrestling sequence beforehand, is the issue. No, why did this guy go over here? This was gonna be a perfectly fine goats. And then this guy had to exist. Hello? Darn it. Ugh. Should have been further down, I guess. How old am I? I am 27 years old. I'll be 28 in about 2 months. OOT was your first, but from the Smash Bros. Brawl 5-minute demo. That's good. Are there any skips or tricks in the Wii version that do not work on GameCube? Third-person clawshot clipping doesn't work on GameCube because the GameCube version doesn't have an option to aim in third person. Okay. For the most part, though, everything that works on Wii... well, I guess... I forget that Wii has, like... There are some cutscenes that have, like, smaller triggers on Wii. Like, I think on Wii 1.0, you can, like, just do a jump slash to skip a mailman trigger at one point, which is kind of funny. Like, not a long jump attack, because you can't do those with the Gale Boomerang on Wii, but just, like, a regular jump slash. Wii 1.0 also has the ability to skip most of the Cave of Ordeals floors, which GameCube can't do. And Wii 1.0 also has a glitch that allows you to walk regular speed on magnetic ceilings. I mean, I could still play a Zelda game casually, yeah. But as far as, like, the older games, like, I don't really see a reason for myself personally to, like, replay, you know, Ocarina of Time, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, or Skyward Sword casually. Like, if I was gonna play a game casually, I would rather play a new game casually. And not one that, like, I've already played before. So thanks for the good luck, MW. Also, yeah, I do remember seeing the Brawl demo speedrun for Ocarina of Time. Which is very funny that you can complete the game within the Brawl demo. I guess it's not too surprising with the fact that SRM exists, but it is still funny. Darn it. Okay, well, at least this other guy didn't swing at me after I got hit. Okay. I actually like the story of Twilight Princess. Yeah, I think the story in Twilight Princess is pretty decent. Also, thanks for the raid, Chambers Deluxe. Welcome to attempt number something today. I don't know the exact number. Runs today have been kind of meh. I've only gotten like one real run going. And it too was meh. Okay, well, these goats are pretty decent. We'll take that. And go forward with it. I mean, the attempt counter for this category tends to get racked up pretty quickly because we pretty commonly reset runs within the first 7 minutes. So thanks for the good luck, Shaitja. What would a perfect goat time be? I mean, the fastest goat time that, like, I can realistically expect to get would be, like, a low 18-second time. We've occasionally gotten, like, 17 seconds or even, like, 16 seconds once or twice, but 18 to 22 seconds is generally what we want to get. Alright, Chambers, thanks for the good luck. You enjoy the VOD later. Well, yeah, so of all of the times that I've done all dungeon speedruns for TPHD, this is attempt number 587, but I don't know what attempt number of today this specifically is, because I don't remember what the number was at the start of the day. This is attempt 9 today. That sounds correct. Yeah, it would make sense if we started at 578 or 579. 579. No, 578. I'm confusing myself. One of those two numbers. Okay, so it was 578, yeah. But the first attempt of the day was attempt 579.
To wait 1 hour. Any option before you.
Thankfully, the stupid ledge was not stupid. thank you very much, Bacon, for the 200 bits. The amount of hours you're kidnapped at work, minus 198. You were kidnapped at work for 398 hours? That's a lot of hours. You for the best of luck, though. So good luck with Cave of Ordeals, Sir Genjo. Oh, I see. For some reason I thought, like... Oh, so I forgot to split. I thought you were saying, like, this amount of bits is the number of hours that... like, the number of bits was the end of the equation. So the number of hours you were at work minus 198 is equal to this number of bits. Was my interpretation. Not the number of bits minus 198 is the amount of hours. But the latter one makes a lot more sense. So welcome back, Carlos Raven. Could have just cheered 2 bits. I mean, yeah, you could have just cheered 2 bits. Then you could have cheered 2 bits 100 times. The very first attempt of the day got to early Snow Peak, and then I messed up early Snow Peak, so it did not continue beyond that. little surprised I missed that, but we're still ahead somehow.
Shit. Right there.
Alright, monkey. Yeah, didn't get very far from the monkey. Alright, another blue rupee, very nice. Okay. I don't actually know if the monkey got far enough to skip the next cycle here. Well, fortunate, but it's only like 2 extra seconds, I guess. And we got rid of the blue rupee text, so not the worst thing ever. Yeah, Link does... I mean, I guess he steals the sword and shield. I mean, I don't know if anybody was particularly planning on using them, but... not like he stole equipment that was actively being used. mean, I'm pretty sure Russell just says that he's gonna, like, present the sword to the royal family or something. I don't think it's ever implied that, like, any specific NPC is going to be using it. Thanks, targeting. Alright, Fire Breathing Shark, thanks for the good luck. We'll see you later. Please turn left, Spider. Okay, well, it didn't matter. I went for it, and I didn't get punished. So thanks for the good luck of the 1 star. Oh, the villagers do comment on it later. That's funny. Yeah, a monster stole them, and Link got them back. Because Link definitely knew where the monster that stole them was going. In any category, what ends up being my favorite and least favorite parts of a run? I mean, usually my least favorite part would be if there are a lot of unskippable cutscenes. Like, that was one thing I didn't really like about speedrunning Echoes of Wisdom for, like, the short time that I did, is that there are just so many unskippable cutscenes. And, you know, having an unskippable cutscene here or there isn't actually an issue, right? Like, you know, in pretty much every Zelda game, the, at least before Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, right? The, like, boss death cutscenes are usually pretty long cutscenes that aren't skippable. And, like, I think that's fine, right? Like, that gives a nice break, usually, after having gone through a dungeon and whatnot, but, like, Echoes of Wisdom... The only skippable cutscenes in Echoes of Wisdom are boss intro cutscenes. You cannot skip any other cutscenes. At least not, like, you know, developer-made cutscene skips, specifically, right? And it's like, there's so much dialogue in Echoes of Wisdom, like... I'm kind of surprised that being able to skip cutscenes was not at least somewhat more present in the game, given how long a lot of the cutscenes are. Hello, Ultimate Gamer. My day is going pretty good, I would say. Also, yes, Douglas, we are in the green. If we get good Ook RNG, we might stay in the green. first introduction to Link was in Soul Calibur 2. Interesting. I've never actually played Soul Calibur 2, but I do know that Link was in it. At least on the GameCube version. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. One, two. Okay, only 2. Very nice. We're actually going to save time here, it seems like. Yeah, Echoes of Wisdom, unfortunately, has a very long intro. It would be neat if there was a way to escape, like, Castletown at the beginning of the game. But unfortunately, nobody has been able to figure out a way to do that. Alright, pretty good roll. I don't think it's quite close enough to open the chest. Yeah. So thanks for the good luck, Muri Loricart. I think I pronounced that correctly. Alright, very nice. Oh, seems like for some reason, the Twitch stream is not doing so well at the moment, bitrate-wise. Not sure why that is. The YouTube stream seems fine, so... I guess we'll see how long that lasts. You think this is one of the best Zelda, but it rarely comes up in that conversation. I mean, I think, like, for... like, because the Zelda series has so many games, like, it's possible that pretty much any given game is someone's favorite. Like, I've definitely heard... I feel like many people say Twilight Princess is their favorite, but I've also, like, you know, equally heard as many people say that, like, Ocarina of Time, or Link to the Past, or Wind Waker is their favorite, right? Or Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom is their favorite. Huh. That was interesting. The Twitch stream bitrate said that it jumped up to 50 megabits per second, which I don't think was actually true. I don't think Twitch allows you to stream that much. I don't think most people's internet connections would be able to handle that anyway. I mean, Twilight Princess does pretty heavily take from Ocarina of Time, so... like, I think the comparisons to Ocarina of Time make sense. I think also because of the fact that, like, Twilight Princess is not available on the Switch in any way, shape, or form. Like, you know, the people who really like this game kind of talk about it more because they really want it to be on the Switch somehow. That was a weird way to kill those 3 Shadow Beasts. What was my reaction when I first saw Armagoma? I don't think I remember, but... Twilight Princess was my first Zelda game, so... I didn't have any preconceived notions of, like, what kind of bosses to see in a Zelda game when I played Twilight Princess for the first time. I think my thought was just like, ooh, big spider. Or something like that, probably.
again? Okay. Second try. I'm back here. Come on. Yeah, I know that Armagoma is also pretty bad, like, for people who'd have arachnophobia, because it is just a giant, somewhat realistic-looking spider. So... I've done some Breath of the Wild speedrunning before, but not a huge amount. Like, I ran any percent for about a month when the game came out, and then I intended to run it for longer, but Wind Waker Barrier Skip, or I guess specifically Wind Waker HD Barrier Skip, was discovered a month after Breath of the Wild came out, so I pivoted to running Wind Waker HD instead. And then I also ran it each time that I did the 3D Zelda challenge, but I haven't run it outside of that. Or outside of those times. Item sliding is also very fun to do. That's true. We got the stupid thing, but thankfully we still got both Shadow Beasts anyway. Alright, 46:34 is a pretty good Elden Vessel time. Let's see if we can continue getting good segments. First game you completed was Wind Waker, which was really good. Yeah, I mean, pretty much all of the Zelda games are really good. My first was Twilight Princess. Yeah, I shouldn't have trusted that. I'm surprised it was going that direction, though. I thought it would be going the other way. Nice. Alright, well, this sucks. Maybe I should have trusted the first up angle that I held. Well, that's obviously not great, but
we can still continue with it.
still made the vent cycle. Well, the run's not going to be green for much longer, unfortunately. Because I did waste like 40 seconds on that segment by failing the jump for bomb house skip once. How do I mash buttons that fast? So for mashing text in this game, I essentially alternate mashing the A and B buttons with my 2 index fingers. Also, why did I want to pause so early there? That was weird. I'm essentially just holding the gamepad steady on my leg and then mashing with my individual index fingers for the A and B button in an alternating pattern.
super tiny.
So, thank you very much, Full Metal Dragon, for the 61 months of Tier 1. Thank you very much for the over 5 years. Thank you very much for the good luck. And you still enjoy the speedruns. Well, unfortunately, Lux, the run is not as good anymore, because we did,
You need to keep it.
lose like 40 seconds on this current segment, but we're not gonna see that for like another minute or so. Also how you travel with your horse? I mean, yeah, it makes perfect sense, right? You can just go in a straight line where you need to be. We lost time by failing the Wolf Bombhouse skip. But I did not hold straight forward when I thought that I was holding straight enough forward. Yeah, unfortunate. How much realistic time save do I have in this route? I mean, as far as, like, how much I can PB by, I think it's fairly realistic for me to be able to PB by another, like, minute and a half. Most likely. Like, if we look at the difference between my PB and, like, my sum of best, the difference is, 5 minutes and 16 seconds, so, like, technically that's the total time save that I have over the course of the whole run, but obviously getting that all in one run is not a realistic thing to achieve. Doing? Oh. Slow.
I think within 3 minutes of Sum of Best would probably still be kind of unreasonable, because that would be like a 3:46:30-ish, right? Which, like, obviously is possible, but, like, I would not try to grind for a time like that. Where is my favorite place I've traveled? I mean, as far as travel goes, I don't really travel to see places. Like, the reason that I like traveling is because if I travel to speedrun events, I get to see my friends. And get to do fun activities together. Regardless of where the place actually is, so... Really, my favorite place to travel is wherever GDQ is, typically. Yeah, there's not, like, a one specific place that I have enjoyed traveling to the most. How long did it take to be able to get world record speedruns in TPHD? I mean, I started speedrunning it, like, right as it came out, so not very long. Just because I was one of the first people to grind runs of it, so... Even though those runs weren't, like, the best, they were still world record runs at the time. I forget why people don't like how the Twilight realms look. I mean, I would say that, like, I'm kind of neutral on how the Twilight realms look. Like, the way that the Twilight realms look are not really my vibe, necessarily. Like, even though it looks cool, it's not, like, a place or an atmosphere that I really want to spend a whole lot of time in. Like, I personally prefer how the world of Twilight Princess looks without the Twilight effect and atmosphere, but that's just me. Are me and Majin Phil gonna do another linked rando? There are not any plans, at least for me and Majin Phil, to do so. There is another one being coordinated at the moment, but Majin Phil is not a part of it, at least as far as I'm aware. I don't think it's possible to kill any of the Twilight bugs as Human Link. Because Human Link doesn't have the sense ability that Wolf Link has, and I'm pretty sure the Twilight bugs can't be harmed unless you're in sense mode. So I don't think you'd be able to kill the boss bug as Human Link at all. Also, thank you very much, Mundato, for the 80 months of Prime. That's a lot of months of Prime. Almost approaching 7 years, even. So, thank you very much for the continued support. Support. I don't know why I wanted to say support. Glad you enjoy the stream still. I mean, Bug Sanity could be interesting for TP Rando, but you'd have to, like, essentially decouple the bugs from the Twilight sections and just, like, have them available just kind of regularly out in the world. I think is probably how you'd have to do that. There are kind of some logical problems that would arise if you don't start with Shadow Crystal. Since then you could potentially get stuck as Wolf Link in a Twilight section. Without the means to get an item that is required before going into the Twilight section. Unless you make it so that, like, if Link goes out of the Twilight section, he turns back into Human Link, right? Which does not happen in the vanilla game, but, like, it would kind of make sense if that happened. If you're not in the Twilight anymore without the Shadow Crystal. We might save a second or two here. Are we fast yet? Technically for the most part, but we did unfortunately lose 40 seconds. On the Leneru vessel segment. Alright, Mad Monk, we'll see you later. Thank you for the good luck. Hope you have a good rest of your Thursday. Oh, well, we technically saved time, just wasn't very much. How many Nintendo consoles do I own? Let's see. I have a Switch 2, two regular Switches, a Wii U, a Wii, a bunch of 3DSs, a bunch of DSs, and a bunch of Game Boy Advances. Probably like 15 total consoles. Though that is mostly handhelds. Why did I say no to that? That's not the one we say no to. This is the one we say no to. Alright. Worst possible start.
unfortunate.
One slap. Okay.
Not the worst bow RNG, but definitely could have been better.
Didn't save much time.
At least it was better than some of the previous attempts we've had lately with bow, though.
GBASP and Pearlescent Blue went hard. Yeah, my favorite Game Boy that I have is the first one that I ever got over 20 years ago. Which was just like the solid blue color. Yeah.
Not the best opponent slide there, but
Probably only lost like a second or so. Trying to move more to the right, but
Link wasn't moving as much as I thought he would, given where I was holding on the control stick.
are all those opponent noises the same, just pitched up and down? Ah, maybe. I don't actually know, to be honest. It could just also be like slightly sped up or slightly slowed down or whatnot. Ow, why... Okay. why I didn't do the mid-attack skip here. I just kind of forgot. Oh, whatever, that's not a huge deal. I mean, the split that I can save the most time over my PB on is my bow segment, where I can save like 50 seconds if I match my best. That's the biggest individual time save, but there are a number of other time saves as well. Is there any specific timing for boomerang long jump attack? Basically, the timing for the jump attack just has to be whenever whenever the boomerang is over a void or over a surface that's higher than Link's feet, basically. So it's different depending on what the specific long jump attack is. That's also why a bunch of long jump attacks are us targeting 2 points that are like somewhat far away on a wall, because when the boomerang goes between those 2 points, it usually will go through the wall and out of bounds, which is over a void, which satisfies the conditions to do the long jump attack. That clip that we did to get into the Deku Toad room is not particularly new. It's like 6 months old. But it is HD exclusive, so you won't see it in GameCube or Wii runs if you've watched those before. The way that we do the Lake Bed Boss Key skip is also the same technique, where we just kind of look through a wall and clip through it. Unfortunately, those are the only 2 places it's done in this run, so... Validation stamp. I guess that is a validation stamp, huh? Well, yeah, I mean, doing the clip through the stairs is also possible to do on HD, but it's just not faster than doing that other one where we look through the wall.
good Morpheal fight.
One hour gone time. Oh me, we beer, it's time. Beer, one beer.
Well, the method where we get the stamp is also about 6 months old, because I found it like a day after I realized that look-through clipping was even a thing. We get some heart containers throughout the run because it's possible that we could end up taking a lot of damage in Palace of Twilight and Temple of Time. And if that happens, I would prefer to not die when I'm in those dungeons. So thanks for the good luck, SVB. Oh, really? I did that earlier today, also. Excuse me?
Thank you, Rope. Very cool.
Swear you didn't see this room in your playthrough. I mean, yeah, if you never went back to Giovanni to give him Poe souls, that makes sense. I guess we're grabbing this rope.
Wanted to jump past those ropes. Not the fast bridge cycle. So thanks for the good luck, Mike Nodge. What's the difference between this and a 100% run? So this run is only required to beat all of the dungeons, which means getting to the save prompt that appears once you beat each dungeon for the first time. The 100% run has to collect, like, all of the heart pieces, all of the golden bugs, all of the stamps that are in the game, and, like, all of the hidden skills, all of the extra stuff that fills up the inventory, whereas the all dungeons speedrun doesn't have to do any of that. It just has to beat the dungeons. And doesn't have to do anything extra besides that. Or at least is not required to, right? Like, technically, by definition, a 100% speedrun is also an all dungeons run. But... Double Howard, wow. An all dungeons run is not a 100% speedrun. I wonder if I could have made that. Yeah, I mean, any percent only skips beating 3 dungeons, so... The all dungeons speedrun is only like 40 minutes longer than any percent. Because any percent still goes to beat most of the dungeons anyway. Yeah, it's not too hard to pick up all dungeons if you already know any percent. Like, the routes are even, like, extremely similar, right? This is just the any percent route, but we go out of our way to warp to 2 extra dungeons. The third one we're already in any percent, and we just then additionally beat in all dungeons. Alright.
did not want to fall into the water there, actually. I think there's possibly more skips for low transform percent, or is that category kind of stalled? I mean, if there was a way to get, or to do Death Sword skip without needing to transform into Wolflink, that would be, I think a transform saved for low transforms. I think the reason low transforms can't currently do that is because it would require getting Jump Strike, which would then require at least another transform. And yeah, and any percent the ball and chain is required for defeating Zant. So thanks for the good luck, Soda Sipper. Thanks for stopping by. Have I ever done OOT speedruns? I have done OOT speedruns before, yes. Not a whole lot, though. It's mostly just been any percent for N64 Ocarina of Time. I've done many more speedruns on the 3DS version, because I think the 3DS version is much more fun, personally. Is there something that makes Zelda speedrunning particularly attractive? I mean, I like Legend of Zelda games. I think that's probably the main reason for me. And, like, I guess on a little bit of a deeper level than just that, I personally find that, like, sequence breaking and the speedrun tech used in Zelda games is particularly interesting. And, like, seeing how the game handles being sequence broken, I find very interesting also. Because, yeah, a lot of the glitches are pretty fun, right? Like, all of the long jump attacks in Twilight Princess are always fun. And most of the clips that we do are fun. Some of the tricks that are really hard to be consistent at aren't particularly fun, but that's more for consistency reasons and not for, like, because they aren't cool or something like that. Also, thank you very much, Modunk, for the 27 currency that I do not know offhand. Whatever SEK stands for. But thank you for the super chat. And for the good luck. I do very much appreciate it. Glad you enjoy the content. Yeah, early Snow Peak isn't particularly consistent, unfortunately. It's definitely a lot better than when the trick was first found. Like, I feel like I get maybe about half of my early Snow Peak attempts to be good enough to continue with, for the most part. Obviously, it kind of depends where the run already is, for if it's worth, like, continuing or not, but... Ah, Swedish Krona, okay. That makes sense. Yes, thank you very much, Modonk. Alright, time for the stupid trick. Hopefully I won't accidentally run into the loading zone this time, that would be good. Not a huge fan of where this Wolfos is coming from. Really? Okay, that was not the interaction I was expecting, but... So that kind of sucks. I did expect Link to at least jump. Also, I lost my visual cue in the particle effects, but that should be good. Okay. So, not great. We did lose like 30 seconds there. But good enough to continue. Is grabbing those 2 rupees important? I mean, grabbing those 2 rupees helps, because we need to get up to 300 rupees for the City in the Sky cannon. And, like, those 2 rupees are already on the fastest way to jump down there, so... May as well get them if possible. Is there anything new in this category? Not particularly recently, I don't think. The newest thing would be just Pogate skip. Which was, first implemented back in November. Alright, very nice. Got our rupees. This means we should be able to skip the purple and Goron Mines, even in the worst case now. By just getting the blue and Arbiters, and then, the red above fire.
Here, here.
I wasn't personally annoyed by Fi when I played Skyward Sword, but I can definitely see why other people would find her annoying, especially compared to Midna. Also, thank you very much, Pixelbaum, for the 15 months at Tier 1. Or, excuse me, not the 15, the 29 months. The 15 is the streak. Thank you very much for the continued support. I do still enjoy the streams after 2.5 years. No, there's no intro cutscene for Darkhammer because, essentially the system that the game uses to keep track of, like, boss intro cutscenes was already active from us having gone to, get the Master Sword, that the flag that's normally not set, to start the intro cutscene there was already set, so the game was like, oh, you must have watched this intro cutscene already. Because the Skull Kid chase sets that flag. Come on. Really? Alright. The Skull Kid chase sets that flag, but then normally it gets unset by, King Bulblin when you go to Arbiter's Grounds, but because we're going to Snow Peak first, that flag never got unset. So it's an additional perk of doing Snow Peak, like, after getting the Master Sword. Oh, there's some rupees. Are we gonna get to those in time? We might not. Hello? Okay, well now we're not. Because Link did not want to target this Chilphos, and the pew got in the way. Man. That's unfortunate. I'm really surprised we didn't target that Chilphos from where we were. I had to turn slightly more towards it to make it work. Well, unfortunately, we're definitely not saving 25 seconds here anymore. Really?
Surprised from that bounce angle.
The Redeads and Arbiter's Grounds do drop red rupees, but we don't kill any Redeads in Arbiter's Grounds, because we skip all of them by doing Pogate skip. We can't use the reds in Arbiter's Grounds to get money, because that is what we used to do for the rupee route, is get the red rupees in Arbiter's Grounds. I think I'd potentially have better times if I ignored chat completely. Maybe? Like, there have definitely been times where I, like, got distracted because I decided to try and read something or respond to something from chat, but generally I think I'm pretty good about knowing when I have to actively focus on the game and, like, can't respond or read to chat in those moments. Look into eyes of Yeto. Their true beauty. Who need mirror? Alright, well. Not the best snow peak ever, but I guess it works. Is it 29, 23, 49?
Recently tried the 4K texture mod for Ocarina of Time on Dolphin, and it's sick. Nice. Those would indeed be some very detailed textures. This run just acquires 2 hidden skills, because the ending blow is required to beat the game, and then the shield bash is what we use to perform Pogate skip in Arbiter's Grounds, since we use it to cross some out-of-bounds quicksand that we otherwise wouldn't be able to cross. So thanks for the good luck, Mercedes the Trash Cat. I feel like my Yeto impression is getting a little too good from all the practice. I mean, I like looking into the eyes of Yeto, what can I say? It is possible to put the soup in Link's bottle that Yeto makes, but none of the speedruns do that at any point. Because the soup is basically just a healing item. Thanks for the good luck, Sonic. Thanks for the good luck as well, RTW Mike. Oh, come on, really? Oh, this is annoying. Really? Surprised we almost went too far there. Alright, well, because it took us 2 attempts to jump up there, we're not saving any time.
So thanks for the good luck, Shankshaw. I don't think you can, like, shield bash Zelda's energy balls as a way of knocking them back, but the other one use of shield bash in this run, besides doing Pogate Skip, is to shield bash back a Zant Head projectile, and that will go back and stun the Zant Head, so it is technically a mechanic that exists. I don't know what other projectiles you can use it on besides the Zant Head, though. Alright. Are we going to behave today, Bubbles? Okay, that's one. And that's two. Okay, yeah. Alright, very well behaved, Bubbles. Thank you. Ow, darn it. Try that again. And alright. That was a good Pogate skip. We'll take it. Come on. But thanks for the good luck, Elementalic.
Alright.
We're actually gonna have a nice spinner segment for once. Not gonna be a best, but we will save time. Okay. Good epic spinner room. Now we hope that we can have a good Stallard fight. Also, I'm pretty sure my best here is still inaccurate, and I've just not fixed it yet. It should be more like a 545 as a best segment here instead of 537. Since I think that's still left over from when we would save warp after spinner. Ah, yes, we did pass the BK chest earlier, but we passed it as Wolf Link, and if we had opened it then, we would have been forcibly transformed into Human Link, so... I would rather get it while I'm already Human Link, so I don't have to go through that unnecessary transformation. At least for the strats that I do. Technically, going backwards through the Epic Spinner Room as Human Link is fastest, but it's not. It's much harder, and it's not fast enough to be worth it, in my opinion. At least for HD, because HD already has, like, fast transforming without needing to, like, open a chest or something. Alright, Stallard. Can we be nice? Let's see if Stallard is nice. Or I guess more specifically, if the Stal Troopers are nice. Okay.
Good second cycle.
This should still be fine. Yes. Okay. So when we're actually in, like, the spinner sockets, I believe the fastest you can generally go, like, for the fastest speed that you can go in those sockets only requires pressing the spinner button, like, 4 times a second, which is, like, a pretty low mashing rate that, like, people kind of just do casually, I'm pretty sure. So anything faster than 4 button mashes per second doesn't speed up the spinner sockets, if I remember correctly. Well, folks, I can't believe it happened, but we finally had a good Arbiter's Grounds. So we managed to get an early knockdown on Stallard's head there, by just getting onto the spinner rail at a specific time, right as Stallard was attacking, because as Stallard is attacking, he can't, like, move to escape from us like he normally does. So if we can time it just right, we can catch up to him before he has a chance to escape. Alright, let's see if we can not screw up this segment this time. How many free t-shirts do I own? At least a decent amount, I think. Ouch. I've gotten a lot of free GDQ shirts due to being a GDQ runner. You have a theory that GDQ merch makes the run go better. I mean, I'm pretty much wearing GDQ merch almost all the time, so... If that is the case, I'm already doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Oh, right. I heard any of the Ocarina of Time Beatles covers. I don't think I have, no. That's weird. We usually don't jump attack to that side of the torch slug. Wait, here was my first GDQ? I first attended GDQ for SGDQ 2016. My first run was at SGDQ 2018. Also have nice iron boots. So a little more careful there than normal, but I would rather do that and succeed than fail it again. Also, thank you very much, Amiral N64, for the raid. Welcome on into what will hopefully be all of the dungeons of Twilight Princess HD. Thank you very much, Amiral, for the good luck as well. Hope that the stream went well. How high can you jump with the boomerang trick? Well, the height that you get from it is just the same height that Link's jump slash goes normally. Like, the jump slash isn't, the jump slash doesn't go any higher, it just goes much further than it's normally supposed to be able to. Nice. So one of the big reasons it's faster to do this dungeon later is that if we do the dungeon in the intended order, because we don't have Master Sword, we can't warp directly to the top of Death Mountain. We would instead have to climb up Death Mountain manually and, like, go past all the Gorons and everything. And we would also have to do the sumo wrestling with the Goron Elder, which, because we've come here a lot later, the state of the sumo hall is messed up and we can just skip that. Which is faster than having to do it and succumb ourselves to more RNG. Yeah, Pogate Skip is possible in HD, like we did it in this run, but it does require getting Shield Bash, which takes 2 minutes to go get, so it doesn't save us much time currently. Did some GoldenEye and Mario Kart 64 speedruns. Ah, nice. I did one Mario Kart 64 speedrun race in, like, 2013, without having ever played the game. So that's my experience with Mario Kart 64 speedruns. Alright, so, unlike my PB, this segment was actually good. Come on. It's really too early. Well, we did skip collecting the first 2 key shards, but the key shard collections are all hard-coded and don't check to see if you actually collected each of the respective ones. So you can just collect that one last, or collect that one without collecting the other two, and the game thinks that it's perfectly fine.
Okay.
Yeah, this boss is supposed to be a Goron that got corrupted by a fused shadow. So thanks for the good luck, Squee.
Power. And you time. One beer. You time. Do you time? Beer. As power.
Howard.
You need.
So we do have to remember to get the red rupee above fire.
One minute.
Why is he taking so long to build this thing?
I mean, it can take a while to fix up a complex piece of machinery like this, so...
We didn't pay him enough. Ah, yes.
If you want him to do it overnight, he needs 3,000 rupees instead of 300.
Nice bonk.
Open the chest. It'd be cool if you fell off the dungeon, you'd land somewhere random in Hyrule. That would be funny. Fortunately, you just land back in Lake Hylia. Found a 24/7 Rupee Slide channel on Twitch. That is a pretty funny idea, also. I can't say I've ever heard of the 24/7 Rupee Slide channel. Alright, go into third person. Alright, good.
Redesigned stream layout to have an unending rupee slide corner. This does also sound funny, but I'm lazy and that sounds like too much work. Alright, can we do this claw shot clip well? Alright, very nice. I think we just got ourselves a new best segment here. Excellent. No. Out of first person. Alright. This segment was a best in my PB, so hopefully we can keep up with it. Oh. A nice two-handed grab so far. Alright, good LJAs there. So thanks for the good luck, Ben. Darn it. There. Alright, well, that kind of sucks. That's gonna be some lost time over PB. Not the end of the world, though. That shot was at least very nice, so. Yeah, the Zora armor stays on the rest of the run. So missing that fast cycle on the inside cost us about 10 or so seconds. How bad is it to get hit by Argarok with Zora armor? If you get hit by Argarok with Zora armor, you die. So, it's very bad, but I'm not really worried about getting hit with Argarok by the while I'm wearing the Zora armor. Oh well. Yeah, the intentional void out is to reset Argarok's position. We collect 4 heart containers in this run. Or at least I do. For a total of 7 hearts. So, for, like, the Puppet Zelda RNG, there's a little bit more to it than just the cycle count. There's also, like, the specific attacks that Zelda does, and also, like, how long she floats around in between each cycle. So, like, it is possible to get, like, a fast 9 cycle that's faster than a really slow 7 cycle, for instance. Not quite the position I wanted to be in, I don't think. Will I be able to open it from here? Probably not. Oh, I will. Okay. Cool.
Alright, Kimi, we'll see you later. Hope that bed is good.
Oh, hello. Well, that was some nice RNG.
That saved us like 2 seconds.
I don't think that's gonna make it. Yeah, I was too far to the right. Well, that's dumb.
Alright, next up is Stupid Room. Hopefully Stupid Room is not stupid.
Considering the fact that, at least I call it Stupid Room, it has a chance of being stupid. Hey, that's actually nicest case RNG. Alright, Stupid Room was not stupid. Hooray. Alright, Jiliaya, we'll see you later. Thanks for watching today, and thanks for the good luck. Whoa, I Did not mean to roll there. If we had jumped down there accidentally, that would have been very silly. The platforms are not random, no. Like, they start on the same cycle every single time. As far as I'm aware, don't have any RNG to them. They do, it would only be with, like, particle effects or something. One, do I prefer to run TPHD or SD? I wouldn't say I have a, like, really a preference between the two. Like, I think they each have their pros and cons. I think if HD had, like, early Master Sword, I would probably start to prefer HD more. Just because early Master Sword is a cool sequence break that cuts out a lot of downtime. I'm pretty sure, like, EMS is probably possible to do somehow. I mean, technically it is possible already, but it takes 90 minutes to perform because it requires doing a pickup slide, but some way to do it without a pickup slide, I would imagine, is probably possible, and that we just haven't discovered yet. Alright, very good Souls segment. It was helped by the fact that we got some good RNG on one of the Phantom's Ant fights. Because currently the only thing that's preventing EMS is a single wall in the Sacred Grove. Because we can get to the Sacred Grove as Human Link earlier than we're supposed to, but we just can't get past that one wall at the beginning. Really? Surprised that wasn't a quick spin. That might have been too far over. Oh, no, it still got there. Alright, nice. Also, thanks for the good luck, Boss Lady Trey. Was I born in 1986? No. I was born in 1998. I don't know if it's worth it doing the LJ now. That's like 2 seconds lost. The 86 is just a random number that I chose when making my Minecraft account at the age of 12. Ah, yes, I was actually born in 1886. That's why I have the number 86. I don't know if that was actually worth it. Considering that I hung on the ledge like that. So we lost like 5-ish seconds all the way up the climb, but that's not a huge deal. Alright. Can we have a good Zant fight? Which mostly means, can we have a good second phase, because the other phases are all pretty consistent. Okay, good RNG there. Now, can we get the one cycle here? The answer is yes. Very good. You wish there was a way to skip the cutscene animations of this? I mean, they're not very long. I think they're fine to have between each phase. Zant or Girahim? I mean, Zant definitely has the more interesting boss fights compared to Girahim. It's probably a scarier villain than Girahim also. Alright. Good Palace of Twilight as well. Yeah, my PB did also have a pretty good palace. Okay. Got past the scary part. Nice rupee hitbox. But yes, this is the one category... Or I guess not the one category. 100% doesn't do it either, but... The one non-100% category that doesn't immediately go to Hyrule Castle after Palace of Twilight. Not sure why the cutscene took a while to start there, but okay. A little too far forward there for some reason. So thanks for the good luck, Chris. I think you heard a golden bug. You would be correct. Unfortunately, we will not be collecting the golden bug. Okay. For getting all the golden bugs, you get increased wallet capacity. I believe in this game, finding all the golden bugs gives you a 2,000 rupee wallet. And if you do the Cave of Shadows, you can get the 9,999 rupee wallet. Awkward on the timing there, but we made it work. We cannot currently skip bringing the statue down in HD, no. My PB did have very bad Armagoma RNG. Well, I guess not, like, very bad, but, like, definitely not great. I lost at least, like, 25 seconds to just the RNG on Armagoma. Why won't Nintendo release this on the Switch? I think they will, just that the release date gets pushed back every time someone asks for it. So, it'll be released sometime in, like, 2077 or something. On the Wii Switch 3 XL Deluxe Edition. Oh, okay. Thankfully that other Lizalfos didn't get hit by it. Oh, come on. Really? Please let me out. And I wasn't, it was like an okay Switch room. The ending of bonking getting hit there was kind of bad. Yeah, that was weird. I don't usually get stuck like that on him. Nice snapback. Love that. Darn it, I thought I had time to move there. Unfortunately, I didn't. Yeah, so don't think we're really saving any time here, unfortunately. About EB. Alright, well, let's see if we can save the time that we have to save on this segment. Wow, really? That still got it. Nice skid. Horse still got hit there. What? Excuse me? What? That is not where the camera normally is there. Nice. Not exactly the way we normally do that, but... Nice. What? I don't know how that Lizalfos randomly died, but neat. Ah, that's right. We just have to find the invisible seams in this room. Unfortunately, not the best time going down. But we could still save a lot of time on RNG. Isn't that fun? Okay, good first cycle. Fortunately, no sideways spider climb, which would have saved time. Okay. Only one extra cycle there. Turn this way. Darn it. No sideways spider climb. So thanks for the good luck, Tora and Kiyosoma. Okay, nice. Alright, well, the RNG itself was much better than PB, so... we should be saving time here. Even if we did also then lose some time to, the actual guiding the statue down the temple.
Alright, so now we just have Hyrule Castle left. So thanks for the good luck, Horaceal. Thanks for the good luck as well, Cosmic Sage. Glad you enjoy the content. Especially the content like today, where we're actually going fast. And we got the validation bonk. Very good. Also, we'll turn on the light. Zelda's going to give the first ever 6 cycle. Ah, yes. This, definitely sounds like it will be the case. So thank you very much for the 33 months of Tier 1 Pride. You're explaining to Asher that you don't pace pal. Ah, yes, of course not. Thank you for the good luck, though. Okay. Nice, we got hit out of the animation, which is optimal.
thank you very much, Audio Killers, for the 89 months of Prime. That is a lot of Prime. Thank you very much for the good luck. And yeah, hopefully we have a good Puppet Zelda. We at least had a good King Baldwin fight, so we're off to a good start. You can see how long you've been following by clicking on your name in chat. At least if you're on desktop. If you're on mobile, I don't remember how you do it. What? Chris, what are you doing? Rogue mod over here. I don't know what else to expect from the guy who modded himself without my permission, like 10 years ago. Because he had my chat open on another computer, logged in as me, and decided to mod himself. True, time does fly. SGDQ 2016 was 10 years ago. Alright, now we get to witness a botched transformation animation, as when Wolf Link goes into this next cutscene, he will simply appear as Human Link the next frame. For some reason. Don't know why that cutscene's like that, but... Guess they really didn't expect you to enter this cutscene as Wolf Link. run looks suspiciously clean. I mean, I don't know about that. I've lost, like, almost 4 minutes to my sum of best this run so far. I mean, in a low Transforms run, you simply wouldn't transform there to go across the rest of Hyrule Castle. There you go. Okay. Pretty good Hyrule Castle. So good, we even got a best. Alright. Now it's all in the hands of Zelda. Will Zelda allow us to keep this good run? Or will her judgment prove otherwise? Oh, okay, very good start. Still 7-cycle potential happening here. Fortunately, we got a triangle, which is not the best, but still possible 7-cycle. We need an energy ball on this one. Unfortunately, we did not get that, so it's at minimum 8 cycles now. And we get an energy ball now, please. No, okay, minimum 9 cycles, unfortunately. This kind of sucks right now. Okay. Minimum 9 cycles still. And we do 3 cycles of hopefully charge attacks and not Triforce attacks. Unfortunately, we got a Triforce attack. This is not the best Zelda RNG, unfortunately, but it's not enough to, like, lose all our time back or anything like that so far. Man, Zelda really, really big fan of those triangles. But I don't think it's possible to save time on this segment now. Thanks for the extra triangle. If we could please have an energy ball this time, that would be great. Okay. So I think we lost, like, 25 seconds to that? 9 cycle with mostly triangles, unfortunately. So that kind of sucks, but... what are you gonna do? It's RNG. Now for the horseback. Okay, this is the pattern that I like. Not gonna miss the quick spin this time. Alright. Okay, it looks like we're only losing not as much time as I thought, which is actually pretty nice. What is my desire? My desire is a run that I feel happy with. And I think we finally got that run. At 3:47:43. I can finally move on from all dungeons. Ah. Thank you guys all very much for the GGs. Thank you very much, Joshi, for the 100 bits, Stavros for the 50 bits, and someone else that I missed. Also, thank you very much, Lieutenant Mr. President, for the 5 months of Prime. And thank you for the GGs as well. Alright. So, thank you very much, Gala Kingdom, for the Prime subscription. Hope that you are doing well. And thanks for the support. Ah, yes, this is a new world record. Also, this was completed run number 50, which doesn't mean anything, but it's a round number, so that's neat. Ugh. But yes, so this is where, at least for now, we're going to leave the all dungeons category. Also, thank you very much, you for the 100 bits as well. That does mean that that was the last Eyes of Yedo for a while, yes. Because any percent does not get to look into the Eyes of Yedo, sadly. Also, thanks, Nafora, for the 5 bits, and to you for the 100 extra bits as well. So thank you for the sporadic celebration of Blue Rupees, Migs. The next category that I'll do is any percent, so it'll basically still be what you see here, just minus the unrequired for any percent dungeons. But yeah, this run, we go back to the start. This run was really good up to Elden Vessel, and then the biggest mistake in the whole run was me failing Wolf Bombhouse skip once. which is why we lost a lot of time on Lineru Vessel. But, I mean, other than that, I guess we still didn't get great bow RNG. We also did lose, like, 30 seconds to early Snow Peak, but that's early Snow Peak, that happens, who cares? Snow Peak Ruins itself also could have been a little faster, but then we got to Arbiter's Grounds, and Arbiter's Grounds was one of the best Arbiter's Grounds I've ever had with Pogate Skip. So, I'm very happy that my PB actually has a good Arbiter's Grounds, because most of my PBs don't. Yeah, any percent is the exact same as all dungeons up to getting the ball and chain, and then any percent doesn't beat Snow Peak, and then just goes to do Arbiter's Grounds, City in the Sky, Palace, and Hyrule Castle. Also, thank you very much, Erdal, for the $5 super chat. And thanks for the GGs as well. Will I now be streaming a 50-turn Mario Party board to celebrate? Is it even possible to do 50 turns in Mario Party? I thought the upper limit was like 30. Oh, it is possible. Okay. Well, unfortunately, Leanne, I don't think so. Also, yeah, I would not say that sub 340 is possible. At least with current, with currently known strats, we're not getting sub 340 in all dungeons. Because with this run, I only lost 4 minutes and 14 seconds to my sum of best, which is pretty close to the general goal that I have of, like, only losing 1 minute per hour of gameplay, or 1 second per minute of gameplay to my sum of best. Ace and Fino trapped you for 6 hours playing Mario Party in that last year. I mean, I don't know. A 6-hour Mario Party doesn't sound too terrible. It sounds like it would be exhausting at the end, though, but... Okay, if you start at 10 p.m., maybe that's not the best, but, you know, if you start at a reasonable time, it's probably fine. Also, thank you very much, Walter Gehrig, for the Prime subscription. But yeah, continuing through the run, we had a great Arbiter's Grounds, we had a very good Goron Mines, which, was significantly better than my previous PB that lost 50 seconds on bow, which is why we saved so much time there. And then we had a best segment on double claw shots, because we actually got both of the third-person claw shot clips really fast. City, we had a mistake of missing the optimal fan cycle in the North Tower, which is why we lost time there, but thankfully that's not a huge deal, that's only like 10 seconds. Sols were pretty good. The Zant segment, I lost time to a bunch of small stuff. Enter Temple of Time was good. Dominion Rod was okay, and the rest of Temple of Time was also okay. I mostly just saved time because I had significantly better Armagoma RNG than my PB. And then Hyrule. Hyrule Castle was the best segment, and we saw what happened on Ganondorf with the 9-cycle Zelda. But yeah, so now that we've done all dungeons. Next on the docket is any percent, which means that once again, we'll basically just be seeing the same thing, except no Temple of Time or Goron Mines. But that does mean that the run will be shorter and at least a little bit more consistent, because we won't have to do those dungeons. You've done nothing here, but you feel like you could use this accomplishment to treat yourself to a Dairy Queen delight. I mean, you have the power to do that if you want to. Do I prefer running OG or HD version? I wouldn't say I really have a preference, at least with how the games currently are. If HD had early Master Sword, I think I would probably enjoy HD more, like slightly. But each game has its pros and cons. But, yeah. I think that will probably be it for today's stream. So, I hope you guys all enjoyed. I certainly thought it was a great stream, but, you know, that's just me. Tomorrow we have a Skyward Sword randomizer race against KitKat for the Skyward Sword randomizer semifinals. Normally I don't stream on Fridays, but KitKat wanted to race tomorrow, so there will be a stream tomorrow, but I probably won't be on mic or webcam since I think that's getting restreamed. And that'll be at 5 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, so 3 hours after my normal stream start time. And then on Saturday, we do any percent. And the great news is I don't have to do any practice. I already know all the any percent stuff. So, it should probably be easier to get a PB in any percent initially because my current any percent PB does not do Pogate skip. So, that's something that will help save time. Anyway, thank you guys all for watching. I hope you guys have a great rest of your Thursdays, and I will see you guys all later. Goodbye.